Fox. And folks, Donald, he's been on fuego this week. And, you know, like, he is more senile than he was a couple years ago. Like, I think the seams are starting to show a little bit with Donald. But he can still throw some gas. He's still got some high heat. And I'd like to sort of characterize several of Trump's comments, public comments from this week, and I'm going to quote / paraphrase our good friend Jake from Pendejo Time, who says, "I like Trump's current mood of I'm fat as fuck and will not see heaven. Been there, brother."
It's probably for the best.
Yeah, the thing that you know, if in 2018 you told me that like between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, the one of them whose senility would more resemble the movie Big Fish would be Donald Trump. Like, I would never believe you, right? Because you would figure Donald Trump would be the, you know, Betty Draper's dad type.
Right.
But that's Joe. No, Joe was, it turned out he was such an asshole that he was furious about the fact that he was losing his mind. Where Trump, it's like, you know, it's like taking a bath for it. It's like how they describe slitting your wrist in The Godfather Part 2.
Yeah. He's getting, it's the one thing that I would have thought, like, it lets me sort of dream on how close we might actually be to it happening at this point. The idea, like, I would have thought the last thing that Trump would manage to achieve as a person was like whimsicality, and he's more or less there at this point. Like, he's still, it's funny because it's like he'll say incredibly like awful, you know, racist, stupid shit, but then at the very end of it, he's like, but you know, when you die, the worms eat you, and it's not so bad, you know, maybe they gotta eat too, you know. I'm like, I wouldn't have thought that he would be able to get to that level, but he's like kind of just hanging out in that little pocket now much of the time that you see him. Like, whenever he's on Air Force One, he is 100% thinking about dying the entire time.
Well, David, the first comments I want to talk about of Trump's thoughts on death and the afterlife did occur on Air Force One when he was asked by Peter Doocy of Fox News his thoughts on the recent Gaza peace or ceasefire. And Doocy asked him, "Do you think this helps you get into heaven?" And Trump's reply off the cuff was, "I don't think there's anything that's going to get me into heaven. I think I'm not heaven bound." And I love the second sentence there. I think I'm not heaven bound.
Yeah.
Because it's like, usually the phrase is hellbound. So he's sort of leaving, he's just, I'm not saying I'm going to hell. I'm just saying I'm not heaven bound.
Yeah.
And what I love about this is what is it, like, what does it mean to have the president of the United States opine openly that when he dies, he is not getting into heaven because of all the things he's did in his life that render him unable to unable to enter the kingdom of God.
Not in a way that like reflects any like insight or regret either. He's just sort of like, well, you gotta think about it. Like, it's like 5 decades of sex crimes, right? So like, I don't have time to like sort of run back the odometer on that and get myself like where I need to be.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen this, but like, from the more like, you know, earnest, like the Hillsdale grads, like the people who work for the, you know, the White Picket Fence Project and, you know, the Neighbor Foundation, all the new NatCon think tanks, they have been incredibly distressed by it. And it's very funny because we were talking about the Melanie Mac guys who were like, I had a dream I was in heaven and you weren't there. And it's awful. There's still time to save you, Melanie. That's what these guys sound like. Yeah. Like, Donald Trump is now just Melanie Mac. He kind of always has been, and they both sort of made their name cosplaying as Laura Croft. But it is like I saw all these you know, Christian think tank guys with fiance gums being like, I hope that there's someone, a godly man close to him. Maybe God is doing this to draw out the frauds on his prayer team. It's like, yep, that is what is happening. Like, if hell is real and Donald Trump doesn't go to it, it's like, well, then no one's going to hell.
Right. Like,
Who
I
knows
feel like
what's down there?
Yeah, and it's sort of like we talked about this on Monday.
It's
like,
just an empty
I mean,
thread.
in a way,
That's
it's
like
liberating because I've long
that would
believed
make
that not a
sense,
single
I guess,
U.S.
for an
president
all-loving
is in
God,
heaven,
like,
if such a thing
like,
exists.
you know,
But
have,
like Donald
this
Trump,
big empty thread,
definitely
like,
not
oh,
getting
it's
into
really
heaven.
empty, no,
And
it's like
I,
a made-up story,
and
tell
we've also
children, but,
compiled
like,
like this is
children
not
is
the
humanity.
first of his
This is
musings,
really,
sort of.
really
His
scary
existential
place to go.
musings
You're
about
not
death and the
nice.
afterlife.
It's called
There's a
hell.
couple other ones I want to bring up.
Watch out.
From August of this year, it says here, President Trump dialed into Fox and Friends Tuesday morning and revealed his newest and truest motivation for brokering an end to the war in Ukraine. He's worried he might not get into heaven after he dies. I want to try and get into heaven, if possible, he explained. I'm hearing I'm not doing well.
Okay.
I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. And then he goes on to say, you know, there's a certain point at which you don't want to hear happy birthday, he said when he turned 78. You just want to pretend the day doesn't exist. He also then said, my father lived a long time. My mother lived a long time, and they were happy, and they were great. So maybe we're going to live a long time. I hope so. But other times he confessed he was not sure his father made it past the pearly
I really
gates.
do wonder
I know my
how-
mother's in
how
heaven, he
old
said at
people
Madison
feel, like,
Square
when
Garden
they
rally
live
in
that every
October.
day. It must
I'm
be
not
so fucking
100%
weird.
sure about my father,
this
but
is
it's
wait,
close.
that's at the Madison Square Garden
Yeah,
rally.
yeah.
So this is like Tony Hinchcliffe warms everybody up by getting up there with just some incredible material. He's like, "You guys ever seen Dominicans? Disgusting!" and then Trump gets up there and is just sort of like, you know, my dad is probably in the lake of fire. My mom,
Might be time to
she
get
was
rid of
much
the
nicer
owl.
than that. He
But I'm
knows
making
his
it
crowd
work,
so well.
I guess.
The fact that all of
Not
this
gonna
is
make a big
happening
switch right now.
in and like two Fox News people is also incredible. Like the idea of experiencing whatever the Donald Trump version is of an existential crisis and then expressing your distress into the like stuffed animal eyes of Steve Ducey's son. Like, or like just hopping on a Zoom call and you're in
Oh,
like
wait, I
the
was
Fox
gonna
and Friends
get rid
studio.
of-
It's just like like a picture of him from like 2017 and then him just sort of over it maundering through his dreams is it's not like it's actually like I was gonna say it's an undignified way to go out, but it's like it is 100% the way that he would have drawn it up. Like the idea
Yeah.
of just like he wants at the end, like when the moment comes, he wants like Lou Dobbs to hold his hand and like, tell him everything's gonna be okay.
It is. It's. I like it so much too because it's like for the people he's subjecting to this, they're not like this is the most that like. I mean, I don't know. He probably calls himself like a Presbyterian, right? Because his mom was like a Scottish Presbyterian. But this is the most that like someone in the, generalized like Republican Protestant sphere has
Yeah.
thought about like hell.
Guys
For
that like go to
themselves.
church in a mall, like this is this is
Yeah.
as dark as it gets for them.
Yeah.
It is, but it's also it's probably the most self-aware. Because like, here's the thing. Donald Trump is not a Protestant and he's not a Christian. Like he is
Oh, I forgot about that. I
transparently
could've
one of the
been
least
invisible the whole
pious
time.
men
Yes.
who's ever existed. And there is no way he actually believes in God. But I like that he's open to the possibility that if God exists and heaven and hell are real, I'm definitely going to hell.
Yeah.
He's like Jerry Lee Lewis in that. I mean, like, Dave, it's like you're right. Like, you could only rape so many teenagers allegedly. allegedly, and still expect to be embraced by St. Peter.
Do you think that like when he during the abortive Ukraine talks, like Putin was like, "Here, let me show you something," and like showed him the stuff from their oldest vault?
Yeah. And then he was like, no way, I'm
And
going to
then he
heaven.
was like, "Oh my God, I'm definitely not getting in then.
Sure,
They are
okay.
not letting me in."
I was hoping that St. Peter wouldn't have access to this video footage, but yeah.
I didn't let any of them into my buildings I
Really? You're
own,
gonna
so
do that one?
they're not letting me into heaven.
Right then.
The thing,
Right
the
then.
version of Christianity that he has, like, sort of access to here, not just, I mean, it is, like, the bit that Felix was talking about, the idea of it or being, like, actual earnest, like, people that graduated from Hillsdale
What the
that believe
fuck?
that Donald Trump is, like, a Bible-believing Christian who more or less wants to do right. Like, that's incredible to me, but the versions
Hey,
of
I
it that
didn't know
he
it was
usually
in
has
here.
around him when he, like, has meetings with faith leaders is like these incredible mega church hogs. It's like just like a bunch of guys that look like Roger Clemens like praying over him, and he's sitting there with his eyes closed. It's one of my favorite of the like.
I love those images.
The
Where it's
genre
just
of
like, Yeah, it's 30 Roger Clemenses and their wife, who also looks like Roger Clemens, or Randy Johnson, laying hands on him, and he's just sitting there with a shit-eating grin, like, can you believe these?
Yeah,
guys?
he's
Can you
like,
believe this
incredible.
shit?"
Let me know when this is over. It is really like an attempt to take like some of the John McNaughton paintings and then just like stage them in real life, which I think is incredible as a goal.
I love those. I like the one. My favorite one is the one with it was from the first Trump administration, and Diamond and Silk were there. And this one was good because there were a lot of my favorite type of religious leaders. A pastor who's wearing a leather blazer.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of different. I mean, they're all as you know. I think Will is correct that they're all just like one way or another. They have a very 1998 Yankees energy about them, but there's different ways you can go. You can play with your look within those boundaries. The other one of Trump with faith leaders image that I want to shout out, I think people have sort of forgotten about this one, but it's really stayed with me, is when he went straight from the golf course to a church to get prayed over by, you know, whatever, Andy Pettit. And it was it was a brief bit of conversation where they were like, is this a new haircut for him? Because he just had his hat on.
Yes.
And so his hair was like pushed back, and he's up there and he's making the face, the like, can you believe that this guy is praying over me face? But he still has his fucking golf shoes on. They're like the sort of like saddle shoe FootJoy ass, like classico golf shoe style. Just on the whatever, the like in front of this you know, like a congregation that's more or less the size of like a mid-major basketball arena, watching him stand there in the clothes that he just golfed 18 in while somebody spoke in tongues.
And he had that insane like slick back hair. It looked like, you know, like when Lisa went out with Nelson Muntz and made him dress up like a nerd.
Yeah, Nelson Muntz at his Sunday best is a great look for
I have one more here from Trump's musings on the afterlife, and this is from about a year ago when Lex Friedman interviewed him. He was asked, "How often do you think about death? Are you afraid of it?" It says here, Trump didn't answer directly, but he spoke about the advantages of believing in an afterlife.
Not really.
If you're religious, you have, I think, a better feeling toward it, he said. You're supposed to go to heaven, ideally not hell. You're supposed to go to heaven if you're good. And I mean, like,
theologians are more or less in agreement on that one.
And I like this because I think this is the closest to like his like an authentic expression of disbelief from him, because he's like, you're supposed to go to heaven if you believe in it. But then he says, without belief, Trump couldn't imagine why anyone would behave morally. If you have heaven, if you don't have heaven, you almost say, what's the reason? Why do I have to be good? And like that to me sums up what he actually believes in, which is just more or less like a kind of nihilistic atheism, which there is no moral center to the universe or moral accounting for your actions after you die. So why not just do whatever you want to do? And I love that he can't conceive of like of a moral universe in which the fact that there is no afterlife, in fact, even more strongly compels you to act in a moral, decent way on this life.
Yeah, he's just sort of, I think it's basically like he sort of had somebody do the numbers on like, can you fit camel through eye of needle? And then like when you realize that the answer to that is no, like it becomes a more complicated equation. But I mean, I think that this stat like understanding, it's weird to hear him. I mean, that's as close to insight as I think he actually gets. I mean, I think your point, Will, is correct about like, you know, there's reasons to be good and reasons not to be good. And he has never been very inclined towards the reasons to be righteous or whatever, but the idea of like what could it all mean? Like what could be more important than having more of everything and having a little bit of everybody else's everything right now? That like, you know, is Trumpism in a nutshell. It's like where the broader culture is at this moment. Like the fact that he sort of understands it and then is sort of like, I can see how this would be unappealing to people who like believe that you should follow certain commandments so as not to be tormented by a demon forever, but like I'm different.
Yeah. So those are his comments on the afterlife. Firmly down in the category of if there is a heaven, I'm not going to it, and there is nothing I can do in my remaining hours on this planet that will change that. And certainly true, but like an odd thing for a president of the United States to say. That's usually not the confidence that you want. You don't want to project that attitude, even if you believe it, if you're the leader of an entire country and indeed the world. Felix and I are today joined by our old pal Derek Davison and Eleanor Yanaga
I did want to try those
to talk a little bit about American Prestige's new series on a series of wars come to be known as the Crusades. Now, Derek and Eleanor, I'd like to begin by we had set this episode up. We know you had the Crusades miniseries coming up on American Prestige, and I gotta say, I'm a little annoyed because couldn't you guys have chosen a topic with a little more historical resonance to current events? You know, just an interesting hook that we could get our listeners in. I mean, sure, we'd like to teach people about the Crusades, but is it really relevant? Like, couldn't you have done a show about were the pyramids built by aliens, or was Paul Bunyan
that would have been
a
so
real
much
person?
better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I really did go into this thinking like, oh wow, we can do a series because we wanted to partner up with Eleanor and Luke at We're Not So Different and do just like something fun that didn't have a lot of contemporary resonance and was like not about our depressing current moment, but about depressing things that happened in the past.
Whoa.
But yeah, we wound up picking something
go
that,
real bad.
that unfortunately still has some relevance.
Yeah, and the thing that's fucked up about it too is part of the reason that we chose it is like the Crusades are one of the medieval things that everyone
Whoa,
can
what just
respond to,
happened?
right? You know,
Holy
I wish
shit, my
that everyone was
TV,
like, hell yeah,
shut
12th
off
century
for a second,
Renaissance.
like,
Let's talk about
I
that,
think it was the,
right? But no one knows what the hell I'm saying when I say that. But everybody kind of
But it almost got me
understands
hit
what the
by my
Crusades are, but also at the same time, no one is really given the opportunity to think very deeply about them. While at the same time, we have stuff like, I don't know, the Secretary of Defense having Crusader tattoos and, you know, people writing Days Volt on their gun and then using it to threaten people. You know, these are the sorts of things that are kind of happening all around us. So there is the hope possibly that if we learn more about the Crusades and learn about what a fundamental bunch of weird losers Crusaders were, that we can maybe denude this slightly.
Well, that was something I was talking about this with my mom, like I think about a month ago.
No, this is the path. I don't want to go
Before whatever is gonna happen. I'm sure by the end of this
there.
episode,
What the fuck? How do I get
they'll
out of
be
here?
like, "Oh my God, we found out,
see
you
it.
know, Iran planted a doctor that fucked up Christy Nome's filler." There we go. We're going to war. Get ready.
The Ayatollah
You know?
Khomeini is he's currently several miles underground in a bunker with the last piece of the one true cross.
me.
We're bringing it back home to Rhodes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. But before that, I was talking with my mom about like the new type of Protestantism, and we were saying like it's so funny that they
what the
identify
fuck is
with
that?
like
That keeps
the
happening.
Crusaders so much because like they sucked. Like I don't know nearly as much about
Well,
it
they
as
sucked.
you guys, but like
I need
it's
an
yeah.
explanation right now.
Saladin only liked Richard Lionheart because he was like, finally, one of these guys who doesn't suck shit. Finally
Yeah.
made it kind of interesting.
Well, and
Most of the ones I heard of were like, oh yeah, they didn't even make it anywhere near there, and they just ended up killing a bunch of like Eastern Orthodox.
oh yeah.
Or like, oh, they
Well,
brought a
right.
bunch of kids and they all died along the way. Like,
I mean, like the climactic event of the Crusades is the Fourth Crusade when they sack Constantinople and like
Yeah.
put the Byzantine Empire out of business for a couple of generations. But it's interesting. The Protestant angle is fascinating to me because not only did these guys suck basically, but it's not a project that you could do without a pope. Like you have to have a pope.
You have to have a fucking pope.
Like,
Like
you
the
can't
entire
do
point
it.
is of having a fucking pope.
like,
Well, you
like,
say
yeah,
that.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing. Like, if we were gonna do the Crusades now, like, for these American guys who are into it, you would have to. They would be ordered to like go to war by Jerry Falwell Jr. Like that's the closest thing. He would
Well,
have to like
he's
get
just,
out
like,
of
going
his
black
foam
for a second
party
and
and be
then,
like,
like,
all right.
You know, like
let's
switching. It's
fix
like
that."
it's almost like an
Like
input
a
change,
fucking
and it's
hero
like
on
HDR.
Turf Island. I am so serious. Britain first, the other
like
month called for
Literally
a
probably 1
crusade
second
on
of
Birmingham.
just blackness, but it's getting
Hot damn. Hell yeah.
And I was
Oh
like,
my god.
guys, I just don't think you're allowed to do that. I feel that you don't actually have the ecclesiastical authority to do so, but I mean, go off.
Aren't like 107% of British people atheists anyway?
Yeah, like I mean, the people here are very specifically kind of a Christian as like a hobby.
Whoa.
People here enjoy going to the Church of England to experience vibes, which I am totally down for. Like I was doing some nerdy ass podcasting and looking for green men in churches in Kent the other week. And I went into this one church and there was like a bunch of ladies who were having a flower festival. And they were all doing various flower decorations based on Alice in Wonderland. And I'm like, this is a great use of a church. And I love all of this. But that's basically how deep Christianity is getting here. No one really gives a fuck. And this is the trouble that we have, is that losers like Britain First are like, oh yeah, we should have a crusade. And I'm like, oh, you mean you want to kill people of Pakistani descent? Like, I just don't see how the Pope is going to okay that one. I mean, or the king, I guess, here. Like, how's the king gonna do that? Explain yourself, you know.
I didn't really know that aspect, that British people have reformed Christianity. That's good. That's a positive development.
Yeah, you know, like here, fundamentally, like if you have to look at Prince Charles and know the freaky sex shit that he gets down with, how are you really going to believe that like this man is somehow the head of a church, right? And then that is going to basically be a trickle down thing. Like here in London, you know, the only good place in England, TM. You know, most Christians here are like African immigrants, to be honest. And they do a great line in wearing the best outfit you've ever fucking seen on a Sunday. And I'm very, very happy for them. But most people are just kind of chilling, and religion actually doesn't play into anything until you mention the fact that Islam possibly exists, and then everyone loses their fucking mind, right?
Well, you mentioned the fact that Protestantism, you sort of need a pope to have a crusade. But sort of in the figure of our president, Donald J. Trump, I feel like we are approaching the beginnings of something that could approximate a Protestant pope, at least as far as America is concerned. Yeah. And I want to begin with like just 3 examples of like the contemporary invocation of the Crusades, and like how I suppose people who have appointed themselves modern-day crusaders or defenders of Western civilization see themselves in relation to Western history. The first example is something that came very recently, which is this extremely long text message that our ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, sent Donald Trump.
Oh no.
That basically talked about his role as like a God-appointed steward of the apocalypse. Eleanor, you already mentioned Pete Hegseth's Crusader tattoos. And then
I
the
just
last
want to be
example,
clear that like he was still getting day drunk on Fox and Friends when we conceived the idea for this series. Like we didn't do it in response to Pete Hegseth.
And I want to say, in this one instance, critical support, right? Like if it was me, yeah, absolutely.
It's so annoying that he Deus Vult, I'm sent by God to kill these Saracens. You were in the fucking National Guard.
I mean, and also
that's what you do when you like accidentally get a waitress pregnant. You're like, oh shit, I need to make like $17,000 more a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible stuff, right? Because it just begs the question of what the fuck they think a crusade is. And I think that they think that it just means killing Muslims, right? But I think we do have to talk a little bit about how Jerusalem functions in the mindset of Christians. And it is kind of difficult if you aren't around modern day Baptists or something like that. You could be really forgiven for forgetting what Christianity is, which is a linear religion. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end, right? And the beginning is obviously when God makes the world. The middle is kind of when Jesus showed up, and the end is supposed to be happening any fucking day now, right? Obviously, medieval Europeans really thought that it was way more any day now. But there's still this huge subsection of people who believe that it could be happening at any moment. And fundamentally, for the way they think about things, Jerusalem has to exist in this specifically religious way. There has to be some Jewish people there so that they can worship Antichrist. Because, you know, these are all just like a bunch of, you know,
everybody's
really,
got their role to play, right? You know,
like I cannot stress how much that is not anti-Semitic. Apparently, like anti-Semitism is when you ride a bike and live in Islington. I think we can all agree about that. Shout out Jeremy Corbyn. Sorry, I'm just like going deep in the UK weeds here. But you know, fundamentally, these are people who think that there should be some Jewish people in the state of Israel because they need to worship Antichrist and then the world can end in like blood. But that also kind of like stands at odds with their desire to crusade, you know, which means like you want to take over the Holy Land, but like how does this work? And the answer is they're all a bunch of fucking morons. But to be fair, so were the Crusaders. So I kind of have to hand it to them on that one, right?
Well, I mean, like you bring up the city of Jerusalem, and like the last example that I thought of about like contemporary invocations of the Crusades is have you guys seen all of the memes that have been produced by the Ridley Scott film Kingdom of Heaven?
Yes.
It's like the Norton character being like silent Saracen, and like and this has been appropriated by, you know, like the Crusader Pepe legions out there who see themselves
people
as,
who can't even get the point of a 2.5-hour movie, let alone the actual history.
Yeah.
A Ridley Scott movie at that. But,
Right. No, it's not exactly subtle.
So like
We thought it was stupid, like in middle school. We were like, yeah, that movie is kind of for stupid people, and we were stupid children.
But Eleanor, like there is a parallel here between
that's me, but I
how
forgot to tell you.
violent and stupid the original Crusaders are, and their sort of ancestors, you might say, in 2025, 21st century America. But I guess like my question is, like, do you see any parallels or contradictions between how the people who fomented the Crusades in the 11th century, the First Crusade, thought of themselves and their mission,
So weak.
and like what someone like Pete Hegg says, how he views himself and his role as like a Christian warrior? Like, is it fun? Are they thinking along fundamentally the same lines, or are there like surprising differences in terms of like how they saw themselves?
So I guess the biggest overlap in terms of how Crusaders, or the people who did end up going on crusade, and this giant group of people who say that, you know, I'm ready to go on crusade, is that they're all a bunch of idiots who wouldn't be able to do this, right? So, I mean, the actual crusader that exists in our head, like a knight with a horse and all this stuff, that's a vanishingly small percentage of the medieval population. You got to understand that in Europe, 70% of the population are unfree serfs, you know, peasants. So, you know, 70% of all of them. 80% of the total are peasants in general. So these are just farmers, right? 70% of them simply cannot go on crusade because they are literally not allowed to, because they're tied to the land. So, you know, this idea that like one might pick up and go to the Holy Land and start some shit is about as useful as some
shit, I missed
dude in Omaha saying, oh yeah, at any moment I'm gonna go on a crusade. Like, you know, you're not, babe. Like, you are not leaving the borders of the state, right? So there's a huge overlap there. In terms of the Hegsets of the world and who actual crusaders are, we do have this really small, vanishingly rare elite who are dumb as shit, didn't stand to control
fucking
anything back
baited.
home, and are
That
partially
sucks.
going on crusade because it is the only possibility that they have for gaining any land. And, you know, a lot of, especially
can't
people in
believe
the
it. Well,
First
I
Crusade
never
are
really- I
coming
guess I fell
specifically
for it.
out
I
of a
literally fell
Norman
into it, so I
context.
can't
So,
really
you know,
say
it's
I
like
didn't fall for it,
some Vikings
but-
stayed too long in France.
God damn.
They invented their own language. They got boats and horses. It got very confusing. But they are people who basically are warlords. So if you get any land, it's because you attacked somewhere with someone else and you're given land as a result. And they're kind of running out of Europe to do that
job.
with. So they do it in northern France, then they take over England, they take over Sicily, they take over parts of southern Italy, but they don't have anywhere else to go. So if you're everybody's third son, you're like, well, where am I going
There's
to
no way I'm gonna
get
keep up
any
with the,
prestige?
time limit.
What can I possibly do? Do they believe in God? Yeah, they do. And they're probably like, also, there'll be some bonus points for me if I do this. But what you tend to see, especially in the First Crusade, is like homies get to like the county of Edessa and they're like, nah, I'm good. Right? Like I've taken over.
Right, uh-huh.
You know, like, it turns out there are a lot of Armenian baddies around here. And like I could probably just stay here and get like a big booty wife and everything would be fine. And people just give up left, right, and center. And that's kind of where the Hexas of the world
shit. I didn't know
exist.
they could do
Is
that.
in this, I mean, like, yeah,
But they
I
just
would
have
like
the
to
one
kill
what
for
the fuck?
God
Okay,
as a
okay.
convenient excuse for doing some killing because I'm just kind of stupid and venal. And there is rather a lot of that on display in the Crusades.
I mean, people like to just be like a random third son and like keep in mind, there was no, like, you couldn't listen to podcasts. You probably couldn't read, honestly.
No.
So you were just looking at a wall all day for like 20 years. And then it's like, okay, we can, you can find this amazing war. But then you like have to either ride a horse or walk there. Both kind of suck. Have you ever ridden a horse? Try doing it from Europe to Jerusalem.
And like
Kind of sucks.
The fast way is on boat, and then you're on a horse boat. It's like you've got
Yeah.
horses on this little ass
the
boat,
boat,
and those boats go down all the
that's
time.
way too much,
It's a
too.
bad scene. I mean, in
But it
terms
does
of
do more damage to a
the
fleet
People's
target, so-
Crusade, you know, where ordinary folks like just get way too head up about like the fact that they're going on crusade, they have to walk, right? And most of them like get attacked by the time they hit Hungary, and everyone is like, "Who the fuck are you? Get out of here!" Then they're fighting with people outside of Constantinople, and then they eventually walk over to Anatolia because in Constantinople they're like, "Please leave, I hate you," and then they're all killed immediately.
You guys
The,
like
the
it real.
first Bernie Sanders campaign.
Yeah, so relatable.
The People's Crusade's such a great kind of microcosm of medieval Europe, because it's like you get the Pope issues
I
the
need to
call
get
for
better at
crusade
dodging
thinking,
instead of jumping
okay, I'm going to get
to
some
level.
lords and knights and put together an army and send them over. The Byzantines have asked for
We're down.
support, and what happens instead is this like these preachers, there's
Those were
one
so much fun,
Peter the
too.
Hermit who's very famous, who goes out and just starts preaching to everybody, and these mobs form, and like they're like, okay, let's just like fucking go to Constantinople, we'll cross over, we'll fight the Turks, whatever. But then as they get to like Jewish villages along the way, they're like, well, maybe we could just attack these guys, they're Jews, why not? Like, this is something we do, right? And so they just commit these horrifying acts of violence against Jewish communities, and then wind up kind of stripping the countryside
do
bare.
this
They get to
myself.
Constantinople, and the emperor looks at them and says, "This is not what I ordered. Please go," and ships them across. And they really do. I mean, they have one battle and they get slaughtered because they're a mob. They're not an army. Like, they're not prepared for the kind of fighting that they're going to have to do against a real military. So they just get wiped out.
And to be fair, like that's the average online guy, right? Who's like, oh, hell yeah, I would be a crusader. And I'm like, I mean, if that's what you mean, yeah, like you are a stupid loser who would immediately be killed. Like, bang on. But I just feel like that's not what you think you are, right?
Eleanor, a concept
it?
that you
The
taught
story
that
about,
you
like,
referenced on the
Cortez.
series that
Was it in
I thought was great. I
Howard's
never heard it put it
Or
in these terms.
what? Or was
But when you're
it,
talking about the crucial role
maybe
that
capitalist
France played
realism?
in all of this, you referred
You're
to
talking about
the Normans as
Cortez's troops, or was it
reform
Col-
Vikings,
Cortez.
and I thought that was such a perfect
When they
concept
were, like,
to discuss that
sieging
like the
Tenochtitlan,
the
right?
overlay of
Once that-
Christianity
they, like,
on a
tried to build
pagan
a
like rape
trebuchet,
and pillage
but they didn't
culture.
have
So
any
I was wondering,
engineers
could you
on the
expand
trip?
further on the
And
concept
so
of what being
they
a
managed to
reformed
build one.
Viking was in the Middle
Yeah.
Ages?
It launched one
Yeah, okay,
shot
so
right up
the
into
Normans,
air, and then
you've got to
right back
understand
down
that
to
the term
trebuchet
Norman,
destroyed
and
it.
indeed
the Aztecs
calling the
and the
place
Spaniards wrote
Norman,
about it in their
comes from
documents.
the term Normanni or Northmen. And essentially, the Vikings just kept showing up in the Seine Valley over and over and over again. And, the King of France in the earlier medieval period, he's got a lot on his plate. There's these Vikings who show up all the time. Germans be doing whatever the hell they be doing over there. Burgundy is a constant thorn in your side. And also, he's got ongoing problems with kind of the people out on the peninsula, like Brest and places like that. And eventually he's like, I just do not want to fight these fucking Vikings anymore. And they do a big settlement where he's like, look, if you just Christianize,
Wow, a sword.
I will let you stay here. But as a part of this, you also have to essentially act as my personal, guards. You've got to go out and do whatever it is I want to do. And the Vikings are like, yeah, that sounds great. Fantastic. And at first they're kind of like, look, I'm Christian, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, but then, within 4 or 5 generations, they've Christianized. They speak their own weird dialect of partially kind of Norwegian, partially French. It's absolutely bizarre.
Nice.
And in theory now they are Christians, which means you're not supposed to attack
shit,
other
okay.
Christians. Like, that's kind of one of the
Okay.
big things that ends up putting paid to the Viking period, is that if you are no longer a pagan, you can't just go
Okay,
around
okay.
attacking people,
I
right?
know.
That's not how this works. But your entire culture is based on raping and pillaging,
Shit.
right? Like
Oh,
that's
no.
that's what this is about, and you're like, well, the slaves got to come from somewhere, right? Like that's how
Yeah.
we make all of our money. And so, eventually when you run out of areas to conquer, like England or
Okay,
whatever,
okay.
that means that you have to set your sights further abroad. And so these are kind of, yeah, I mean, they're Christians. I'm not going to tell you that they aren't, but they also have a much looser idea of what violence is, how it ought to be used. And they kind of have the idea, like, we can't get into it. It's a whole other thing. But, when people say feudalism exists and they show you a picture of the pyramid with a dude at the top, the Normans are kind of the closest to that ever existing that there was. Like, literally, there's some guy who's like, yeah, I'm the boss, and then if you fight for me, then you can have some land. And that's kind of because of their very particular warrior practices. So they want to keep raping, pillaging, enslaving people, but they cannot do it in Europe. And so that is what makes them great to send to the Holy Land. And also, other Europeans are like, can we get these people the fuck out of here? I hate these guys. Like, it's just like, please go look at Jerusalem. Like, just get out of my backyard. Like, I'm simply trying to live my life in Italy, and these guys are here, and it's horrifying, right?
There's a great instructive message in that story. It shows the limits of doing something ironically. For like, a generation, they're like, oh, we're Christians. We totally don't worship the one-eyed homeless guy who's
No.
Norse religion. And then like their
What is
kids are
that
like, yeah,
over
we're
there
Christian.
on the right?
And
Yeah.
that like it, you just if you dedicate your life to something, how ironically are you really?
It turns out you can only wink for so long.
Yeah.
Before people just think there's something in your eye. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this gets me to the next thing I want to talk about, which is, I guess for the pagans, like paganism to sort of then be grafted into Christianity. Like a big difference is that like they were now adopting a religion and a creed that had a universal message, right? That it applies to everyone, which like your faith applies to everyone. There is one correct faith and everyone else is wrong. That's very different than paganism. So like you have this a culture of looting, rape, plunder, and pillage, but then you have this universal creed that was grafted onto it, so that like the existence of people who believe otherwise elsewhere in the world
I'm gonna go.
becomes a problem. For the Crusades to start, you talk about like there has to be this kind of psychic revolution in Christendom. So like, how does that happen to go from a universal creed to like people in France having their entire identity and like the whole point of their religion being based around who controls Jerusalem?
Yeah, I guess one of the first things that we have to understand about this is the way that medieval Europeans think about the world is that Jerusalem is at its center. So if you look at maps from the Middle Ages, so they're called Mappa Mundi, or maps of the world, you've got your Africa, you've got your Europe, you've got your Asia, and Jerusalem is smack bang in the center of it. And they don't really have a concept of Europe. There's no such thing as Europe to them. It's like, yeah, they're like, okay, there's an area that's sort of called that, but no one would say they were European. What they have a concept of is Christendom. So there is Christendom, which is like all of the good people, and then there's everybody else, right? And they're kind of limited in terms of what their understanding of the rest of the world is. So they will call basically anyone a pagan who is not Muslim
This
or
is like,
Jewish.
just like the Last Kingdom.
And
People
they're
watched
also
it.
pretty not great at understanding. Like, basically, if you show them a black dude, they'll be
Basically,
like, "Oh,
all
that's
the
a
Danes,
Saracen."
everybody,
Right?
all the Celts,
And,
everybody who's not,
A lot of the
like,
times
English
not.
and
You
Christian.
know, oftentimes these are people who are animists, but they just kind of don't understand what that is. You know, when they come into contact, for example, with people from China, they will call them pagans, and then when they draw pictures of them, they'll have like a little like Roman god on a plinth in the background and stuff. So it's very cute. They have no idea what they're fucking doing, right? I guess that in terms of the Normans, what you do have in terms of an overlap here is that, you know, in terms of Norse religions, you've got a religion that encourages you to die in battle because that's the only way you get to Valhalla. And in terms of crusade, it encourages you to die in battle because you will go directly to heaven. And one of the only things that medieval Christianity is good at doing is telling rich people that they're probably going to go to hell. I mean, we could kind of
Right.
use a little bit more of that,
Yeah.
right? Like, where they're like,
God, I had to
yeah,
do
it's
so
actually
much work
bad
to
to
get
be a
back to
king.
where
It's
it
actually
was
bad to be a bishop. It's
on
actually
the
bad to be
PS4
all these
version,
things
but
because
I
you
also
actually
have
sort of
3 boss
do
cells on
treat
this
people
one
like
and I don't
shit.
on the PS4.
So you better
So,
be
okay.
doing things that mean that you're going to go to heaven. And Crusade for Normans is a great option because they're like, oh, I don't actually have to be nice to any of these people that I rule with an iron fist. I could just go kill other people, and if I die in battle, then
Wow,
I'm like straight
that's a
into heaven because I've got all of this
self-sustaining
good stuff
little thing
going for me. And even if I don't, well, I'm under plenary indulgence while I'm on crusade. So it's like I can get out there and be like shagging everything that moves. I could be getting drunk as hell. I can be acting a fool, and it doesn't matter because I'm on crusade. So it's also kind of like a very convenient get out of jail free card that they get to play. And it's very difficult for us to understand this now because we have stuff
not
like a
working,
developed
yeah.
sense of morality outside of religion. But then again, the Pete Hegseths of the world don't, right? And so they're just kind of assuming that if they also kind of believe in God, then whatever bad things
If
they
you
do
get the
are
right
fine.
tattoos, then it sort of sanctifies whatever sin that you're planning to do that you were already planning
Fuck,
to
I
do.
have to psych myself up
Exactly,
really fast.
right?
Oh,
So
let me get a drink, too.
it is quite different in terms of the way that we think about things now, but there are kind of real scary overlaps in certain situations.
All right, so beginning with the First Crusade, essentially, like how does the First Crusade come into being? Like, what are the inciting factors, and who are the major players, at least on the European side?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that happen. The main one is the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, which is when the Seljuk Turks enter Anatolia and defeat the Byzantines. Anatolia, up until that time, for the Byzantines, had been this sort of fortress. It's ringed by mountains. It's difficult to cross. The Muslim armies that tried to cross would generally have to do glorified raiding and then go back before the campaigning season was over because they just couldn't set up in time to establish supply lines. So even in the cases where the Byzantines were
I got this like Shirley
were
Temple
under
7-Eleven,
attack,
I have
it
to admit,
was
it goes pretty hard.
it was a short-lived
7-Up.
thing. But when the Seljuks
But it's not as good
win
as the Sprite,
at
the chill
Manzikert,
Sprite,
it
the zero
becomes
version of that.
partly because of the nature of the
Gotta
Seljuk
get it again though.
invasion, which was as much a migration as it was a military invasion, but also to a large extent because it sparks a total breakdown in the political cohesion of the Byzantine Empire, a civil war basically between rival claimants to the throne. The Turks, when they arrive and win this battle, are there to stay basically. So this plateau in the middle of Anatolia that's been the central core of the Byzantine Empire for several centuries at this point is now being lost. And so the emperors make an appeal to the West, and we can talk about what that meant for the popes, but they ask for support, they ask for military help, and there's some talk of we could all heal the nasty schism between the two churches, and wouldn't this be nice? And maybe we could accept papal authority, which is very appealing to the
That's
popes.
why I didn't want the
And so that really fuels a lot of the political impetus for people for the popes and lords to kind of go on crusade. Prior to Manzikert, there have been some other things that were happening, and we get into this more in the series because it's a big factor in really how the Crusaders were able to succeed in this one successful crusade before all the others sort of failed. Which is that there's a breakdown in the Abbasid Caliphate in the Middle East, or what we will call the Middle East, and the political unity and stability of that region is really affected badly. And instead of being part of an empire that stretches all the way from North Africa to Iran and beyond, the Levant starts to become a frontier zone between competing rival Muslim political entities, and as a result, security breaks down. Jerusalem had always been a pilgrimage site for Christians from Europe, and typically you could make that journey pretty safely. But now it starts to become more perilous, and you get stories coming back to Europe from people who tried to make the pilgrimage that got interdicted in some way or were harmed in some way, and those stories start to filter out. There's also the case in 1009 where the the Caliph of the Fatimid Caliphate, the ruler of the Fatimid Caliphate, burns down the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which is like the central site for medieval Christians. It's where Jesus was crucified, where his tomb supposedly was. And he gets mad at the priests there one day, and it was kind of his name is Al-Hakim Gamrallah. He was kind of not right in the head anyway, but he just like has a bad day one day and orders the destruction of like Christian sites all over the place, and particularly burns down this mega church that is so important to medieval Christians. And that story gets back and filters around Europe. And so suddenly, where there'd been a sort of status quo, I think, where people felt like, it's not great that Jerusalem is controlled by these people, but at least we can all, go and worship at the church and make our pilgrimages. Now that's not necessarily the case anymore. So it's people are much more aware of and concerned about the status of Jerusalem.
Was this like the WMD of the day? Like, how do they get the people? How did they get the people on board for the crusade? There was just like Christendom is under assault in the Holy Land.
Yeah, I mean, and this is Eleanor can speak to this, but it really has to do a lot with the fact that, like, listening to the Pope preach, or one of the charismatic guys who would take his message and go preach it out in the world, was like cable TV back in this time. Like, it was how people got entertained. So you really paid attention to this stuff. But yeah, Eleanor, go ahead.
Yeah, you're completely correct about that, Derek. It's not just staring at walls for entertainment. You can also go see people preach. That's one of the big things. And I can't stress enough how much preaching is a form of mass communication in the medieval period. So it's not just hearing a sermon once. What will happen is one guy gives a sermon, and then that is usually written down, and then it's given to other preachers who will use it as a model and then go out and then preach it. And so they say it's 200 people, and then it gets said to another 200 people, and this can get copied over and over and over again. And I guess that you also have to understand that at this point in time, this is finally when the papacy becomes important in Europe. The entire beginning of the medieval period, the papacy is just going, guys, we are such a big deal. Wow. I am the Bishop of Rome, and aren't you very, very impressed? And like the Patriarch of Constantinople is like, not really, bro. I mean, you're kind of in the shit city. I don't know what to tell you. And they've spent literal centuries writing down how important the papacy is and why they are the guys to listen to. And that's finally come to fruition when the Crusades are called in the 11th century and they decide to celebrate by doing mass religious violence, right? But
they finally have like a Christian mass movement of which there's one guy who's in charge of it. And like that's what the Crusades became to the like Catholic Church, right?
Exactly. And they, in order to prove that you are the big guy in charge, the thing that you want to be able to do is call wars, essentially. And this is partially the papacy testing the waters to see if they can boss kings around and they can boss nobles around. Right? They're kind of like, am I important? Well, let's see if we can get guys to leave, their very nice castle, their very nice lands, their comfortable life, and go to the Holy Land. Do I actually have the power to do this? And it turns out, yeah, they did, which is kind of impressive. This will wane in later crusades. Like by the Third Crusade, they'll be like, oh, Emperor Frederick, you better go on crusade. And he's like, dude, I am literally in a harem in Sicily right now. I am not going anywhere, right? Like, so this is the time
but
it's most
Frederick's
successful.
great because he keeps promising to. He's like, yeah, as soon as I'm done with the ladies, I'm on. Like
He's like, I'm so busy.
And then he just finds something else to do, or like he gets a cough. And, oh God, I can't. Sorry.
It's incredible. He's getting the kind of dome that makes you say no to the Pope, and I really respect him, for not falling for that shit.
Well, domes are a very important part of Gothic architecture.
You have to make a decision.
So, like the First Crusade being the only successful one from the perspective of the Crusaders, and I guess it's funny because like when I see contemporary Crusaders, Crusader Pepe. they all talk about the Crusades like it was a big victory, but they're really only talking about the first Crusade. Like if they just ended it there, the history ended there. Yeah, like that'd be a cool thing to invoke. 'Cause it's like, oh yeah, we went and took back the Holy Land. So like, how did that work in the first Crusades? Like, there's this mass movement. They send all these people to the Holy Land to retake it. But, like, what did that look like? And like, what did they do? And like, how were they successful?
Dumb luck.
Basically, all of the Muslims were kind of distracted and weren't ready for a bunch of quirked up white boys to show up. Is what happened. It is wild that they actually succeeded at all, right? Because first of all, terrible.
Well, they're on a
issues
mission
with-
from God.
We got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Yeah, which is, exactly what all these idiots would tell you, right? But, first of all, they show up with terrible supply lines, not enough food. They're constantly starving. They're constantly running out of water. I think probably the most universal thing that any crusader experiences is like shitting themselves to death in a ditch in Syria. Right? Like the number one thing that you do is just die of dysentery. That's basically it. When they manage to take varying cities, it's like, oh, some guy on the inside for some reason opened a back gate for us. Right? Things like this are what lead to the varying successes that they have. And even then, I think we can all agree that the First Crusade is a success in that they took back the Holy Land. Cool story. How come it's not Christian anymore then?
Right.
Like, if it's such a big fucking success, why doesn't everyone in Jerusalem speak French right now? Because
Some of them do.
It would just be, it's like saying that America won Vietnam, right?
Right.
Where like, if you landed.
Well, look at the body counts.
Yeah. I mean, did we fucking succeed in Iraq? Did we fucking succeed in Afghanistan? It's exactly the same thing where, you show up with a bunch of guys, you can temporarily take over, but it turns out it's really difficult if you are some random white dude whose entire deal is, I hate you guys and I think you fucking suck, to keep that going for a really long time when no one wants to trade with you. Right? No one wants to, they're trying to send away for women to marry to France. They're like, please, I'm begging you, just a crumb of pussy. Can you just send anyone over here? No one wants to live there, and it falls apart almost immediately because you're in hostile enemy territory and you're a really stupid dickhead, right? So it just doesn't work.
They wind up in the region at a time when, as Eleanor said, there are bigger things going on in the Islamic world, and they're just not prepared to deal with. I mean, this invasion that doesn't really look like anything. You don't know who these people are. They just kind of show up one day, and you have a lot of, basically, as I said, this region has started to become more of a frontier than a core part of any political entity. And you've got a lot of emirs of cities who are sort of freelancing. They're acting on their own volition. They nominally pay, homage to some sort of overlord somewhere. But really, they've all got their little petty rivalries and their petty little games. Like the Siege of Antioch, which we do an episode on in the series. Part of the success at the Siege of Antioch is because the three cities closest to Antioch, who could have put together a relief army and marched to Antioch's defense and probably driven the Crusaders off, the emirs of all three of those cities hated each other's guts, so they couldn't get together, and they hated the guy who was the emir of Antioch, so they couldn't get on the same page to do anything about it, because they had their own kind of local issues were more important to them than dealing with, as Eleanor said, these these white boys who showed up one day and started killing people. But it really is, it's a matter of timing, I think, because as soon as the First Crusade is over and everybody's sort of expectations are reset, when these guys show up, that's something we have to deal with. That's it. The whole thing is kaput. They've got these Crusader states, but that's all they're going to get, and it doesn't last.
Yeah, I guess that was my next question. Is from the other side of this for. The Islamic world, new kid on the block, newer religion by that point, but you know, it's fairly successful in a short amount of
Oh
time.
shit.
So you described this sense that like they didn't really know what to make of this, like these crazy white boys showing up and having like, you know, Coachella in Jerusalem and killing everyone there. They were like they didn't really know what to make of this. But like, how did the Islamic world what did they think of the Crusaders when they first encountered like the peoples of Europe showing up at their doorstep? And this would include even like European nobility. What did they think of these like reformed Vikings showing up in the Holy Land and being like, it's our destiny to live here and like control all of this?
Right. So this isn't a hard question to answer because the most of the sources that we have from the Islamic world about the Crusades are written a fair amount of time after the First Crusade, and in the midst of the Mongol invasions, which was the much bigger deal for these people. So, you know, the amount of time that the chroniclers spend on the Crusaders, especially of the First Crusade, is fairly small because it just doesn't, in the big scheme of things, it just, you know, winds up being a little hiccup. It's not like a major event. The one place that you get kind of really in-depth writing about the Crusades is from Saladin and his chroniclers, but they're all more interested in writing about the majesty of Saladin than anything else. So even there, it's not great sourcing. But I mean, we get some idea of, at least in the initial context, like the ruler of the Seljuk kingdom state sultanate in Anatolia, the Sultanate of Rum. His name was Kilij Arslan, and he engages with the first wave of Crusaders, which is the People's Crusade, which is the people we talked about earlier who just wind up getting slaughtered. And then, and this is part of the reason why the Crusaders are able to establish a foothold here in the first place. You know, it's so easy to defeat this mob of peasants, basically, that he goes off and campaigns against another Turkish principality in Anatolia that he wanted to subjugate. When the actual warriors of the First Crusade show up and besiege Nicaea, the garrison at Nicaea sends this message like, "Hey, you got to come back! Like we're in really deep shit. Like these guys know what they're doing." And Kilij Arslan just sort of says, "Nah, whatever. I already fought these guys. They're nothing. They're a bunch of peasants with pitchforks." And so he kind of goes back half-heartedly and winds up getting crushed in a battle against the Crusaders because he's just not ready for it. And that's sort of the best example, I think, of the immediate reaction to this is they just didn't make very much of these guys and wound up being surprised at multiple occasions with how difficult they were to fight. There's another major battle at Dorylaeum that we talk about that also it involves the Turks kind of running headlong into the Crusaders and just being beaten back because they weren't ready for that style of fighting. They weren't ready for these guys to be as capable as they were, because the one thing they could do was fight. We can talk about their inability to get along with each other and the politics and all of the other zany things that happened, but they were able to fight.
I mean, given that the WMD narrative here is that, okay, they're attacking pilgrims. We have to make the Holy Land safe for Christian pilgrims. Were Christian pilgrims not safe before this? And what did the Crusaders do with the Holy Land once they had it? Because I seem to remember when I was studying this in college in medieval history, was that they basically killed everyone, Christians included.
Oh God, yeah, they couldn't tell the difference between much in the way that people now can't understand that a lot of Palestinians are Christian.
Yeah, I was about to say
people from Europe at that point in time were really confused that there were rather a lot of Christians around the shop, and they were like, "But he's wearing a little vest," and so they just kind of go for it. And it is true, as Derek mentioned, the ordinary pilgrimage routes had been slightly disrupted because there were new people taking over the Holy Land, and they're like, "Girl, I don't know what to tell you. It's all kind of up in the air right now." There's no reason to suggest that wouldn't have settled the fuck down, though, because these are also major trade routes, and it's to everybody's advantage if you take over the Levant to make sure that trade is kind of flowing because that's what that part of the world is for, right? And people coming over from Europe and wanting to spend a bunch of money, great, fantastic. No one really gives a fuck, right? And fundamentally also, Muslims, in terms of the, the Abrahamic religions in the Middle Ages, are probably the chillest about the other Abrahamic religions. They're the most like, well, we're all people of the book, and they are quite interested, for example, in having Christians live in their areas because they would simply love to tax them with the jizya, which you can
right.
only...
I mean, you got more money for having Christians and Jews living in your kingdom than you did from Muslims. So yeah, there was a definite desire to have that extra revenue stream.
Just a modern link to that thing about them not recognizing Christians in the Holy Land. I'm reminded of one of the first things Ted Cruz did before his 2016 presidential campaign was he spoke before a group of a DC group for Arab Christians, and he just assumed that they were like Texas Methodists who just happened to live in Syria. And he said, well, obviously, first things first, we're going to defend Israel. And they all booed him, and he was like, what the fuck? Are you Christians?
Love that.
I guess another feature of this series, and at any major historical event that you study, you get into the characters. You flip over the baseball cards. Who are the big players? Let's look at their stats. So Derek and Eleanor, in doing this series, could you just talk about some of your favorite of the big players in the Crusades? Who are your guys here?
Okay, my favorite, Derek's already mentioned him, is Peter the Hermit. Homeboy.
Great. Oh my God.
In the first place,
epic character.
We have to love a dude who is called the Hermit, right? And we don't know that much about him other than the fact that he showed up and he's like, yeah, guys, come on, we're all gonna do it. And convinces all of these fucking rubes to basically march eastward, kill a bunch of Jewish people on the way, and fall to all kinds of infighting, die of starvation, and then when they all get massacred the minute they hit Asia Minor, he's like, do, and just kind of walks away.
He's not even there. He's hanging out back in Constantinople. Yeah, good luck, guys.
He's like, damn, that's crazy. I can't believe that happened to you guys. And it's he's such a grifter, and I absolutely love that for him.
Peter the Hermit, the first social fascist.
Yes.
Pre-capitalism. He's like, yo, everyone needs this surplus. Everyone needs these super profits from the Holy Land.
Is this a bus or
They're for everybody.
It's abundance culture. We're gonna get over there. It's gonna be
setting
fine.
up a drop shipping thing for relics from the Holy Land, coming back to Europe. Yeah.
And fully, I absolutely do believe that he was intending to do that. I think he was absolutely intending to go over there and be like, damn, this is crazy. I got baby Jesus's fingernails. He's 100% that kind of guy. Even when you read the sermons now, they are so shit, right? And he's not even particularly eloquent, but he's a really, really great scammer. And that's what I absolutely love about him.
That is one of the best jobs back then, was to be a guy who's like, look, I found this old bullshit piece of wood, and you guessed it, it's from the original cross.
I think that also probably one of the best guys is Mr. I found a spear.
Yeah.
And guess what? That this is actually the Lance of Longrenus. So at one point in time, there is. So basically, our heroes, and when I say heroes, I mean the fucking Crusaders get bogged down, and everybody's gonna die. Everyone is starving, and essentially, we find a spear that is gonna get us out of this, right? And so what there is. In theory, the mythical Lance of Longrenus, the one that pierced Price's side at the crucifixion, right? Now, please keep in mind that at this point in time, we have two of those in existence already in the movie, right? So it is a kind of stupid thing to do. And so basically, what happens though is that they need some kind of rallying cry. They need to be able to say, okay, like, look, guys, how are we going to get out of this one? And they managed to find a spear point. Now, whether or not this particular spear point was like basically put there by sleight of hand, or whether there was an actual spear point that got found in this particular church, very difficult to say. But they find one, and essentially this manages to rally everybody. At this point in time, they're like, oh, we did it, guys. We found the Holy Lance again. Like, fuck what the Emperor has or whatever. It's very, very confusing. Right, so essentially your boy here, Peter Bartholomew, is like, guys, we did it, we found it. And everyone goes, this is fantastic. I love that we have got this lance. Let's all get together. And they rally to get out of the city. And then a couple days later, everyone's like, guys, don't we have 2 of those lances already? And they put Homeboy to a trial by fire, where they're like, look, if the lance is real, you can walk through this fire and appear on the other side unscathed. And he walks into the fire and immediately suffers 3rd-degree burns and like dies over a number of
Died
days.
like 2 weeks later, but insisted the whole time afterwards, as he's in agony dying, that he was actually injured in the mob of people who like crushed him afterwards, that he wasn't burned in the fire. So
He was
like took
like,
it to the grave. Like he took
Never
this to
give
the
up.
grave.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What a dude.
Felix, it's like when you find a legendary weapon, but you can't upgrade it in time. It doesn't scale with the stats you already have.
Oh my, yeah, no, yeah. You spent your entire game, just leveling the physical stats, and then you get a stat. You get a sword that's like, you need to have 78 arcane, and you're like, what the fuck is arcane?
So my favorite character, Eleanor knows this because I kept saying it every time we talked about him, is the Count of Toulouse, Raymond, who's one of the leaders of the Crusade, and kind of goes off. One of the things that sets that characterizes the First Crusade is there's no clear leader unless you assume that the papal envoy, whose name was Adhemar Lepuy, was supposed to be in charge of all these guys, and none of the Crusader lords thought that he was in charge of them. Like there was this sort of expectation, I think, on the part of the Pope that his man on Crusade would be in charge, but none of the Crusader leaders bought that. So you had just this collection of lords who were all more or less, kind of on the same level. But Raymond is great because he's a little bit older, a little bit more, thinks of himself as a little bit more pious and seasoned senior, and just sort of assumes pretty much the whole time that they're on campaign that everybody's looking to him, and he's sort of the unofficial first among equals. And none of them could give less of a shit about this guy. Like they all seem to hate his guts, basically. They double cross him at Antioch. When they take the city of Antioch, Raymond assumes that it's going to come to him and he'll give it magnanimously to the Byzantines, but then Bohemond, the Norman leader, just takes it for himself, and like they have this almost go to war with each other over it. When they finally get to Jerusalem and they take the city, supposedly the offer is made to Raymond to become king of Jerusalem, and he does this big show of saying, oh no, I could never possibly be king of Jerusalem, thinking that they'll like then acclaim him king, like they'll press it on him, and instead they say, okay, whatever, and they elect somebody else as a king of Jerusalem. Like it's just such a wonderful story of this guy who is completely obtuse the whole time, and winds up being the only one of them who doesn't at the end of the crusade doesn't have a place to go. Like he doesn't have hasn't taken a territory for himself, so he sticks around and gets put in prison at one point. He fights in the Crusade of 1101 and is badly defeated, but then ultimately is able to squeak out a possession at Tripoli and establishes that, and that's sort of his last final success, which he gets a happy ending, I guess.
I just absolutely love the picture of him being like, "Oh, I couldn't possibly."
Oh God,
and everyone
please,
going,
no, King
"Oh."
of Jerusalem. That's no, please.
And everyone being like, "Oh yeah, word next." It's very good.
So, when does the First Crusade become the Second Crusade? Like the First Crusade, a success. They take back the Holy Land. About how long did they have it for, and how did they lose it?
Oh, that's a great fucking question.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Second Crusade. what we call the Second Crusade. There is a crusade in 1101 that comes about after they take Jerusalem, and suddenly this like light bulb goes on, like, oh wait, we can't just like take this city and then that's the end of the story. Like, we need help to hold on to it. We need more people to come from Europe. We need to expand our so that's the result, and it's a dismal failure. So they're already on the road to bad things. What we think of as the Second Crusade takes place in the 1140s after one of the Crusader states, the first Crusader state, which is the county of Edessa, is taken back by Muslims, by the Zengid dynasty. And then there's this panic, like, oh boy, this is not good. And the Pope organizes a new crusade to go over. The Second Crusade is again a dismal failure because they decide to besiege Damascus for some reason without any supplies, and they all wind up getting dehydrated and getting defeated. And then it's after that Saladin is able to take back Jerusalem, and that sparks the Third Crusade. So Saladin is able to Saladin takes Jerusalem in
1187.
Like the 1180s. Yeah, 1187. That's right. After again, the Crusaders stumble into a battle without any water at Hattin, and then that sparks the Third Crusade. And from that point on, Jerusalem is sort of out of reach. Like, Richard gets there and doesn't have the army to besiege it because he's alienated all of the other Crusaders by that point. And so, they don't really have the.
Where was I? I was like passing out when I was playing this the other night. Already. I go do the offer. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I switched guy up. I fucked up on the final form Dracula. Sacrifice. Did that, I... Stay away. Lips. Every last drop of blood that can be... Finger on her. Probably not gonna get very raw when you're writing it down. No way out of here. I think I'm going backwards. I'm so disoriented, I forgot where I was. Damn, you think this marathon runner would have more stamina?
あそこ空いてたっけ?
Western room. That wasn't like a joke. That. Cut off and try to find it. Maybe that's coming later. Horror games are great because you'll read like a note that's just like, definitely don't go here. Whatever you do, avoid this place, and then you have to read it to advance the game. It's like a... Oh. I can use it. Okay, cool. Stamina consumption.
これ大事なものだと思うけど。すいません。お借りします。
Another word for innocent. Turn on the blade steel. That's very boss-like vibes right now. There's quality of bossness about this area. And the save shrine in front of it doesn't help. They give me a big weapon and then send me into the big wide open area.
やっと着いた。 ダメだ。開かない。
きなこ、こっちだよ。
サクコ？
Off. A little bit carried away. They don't have durability in the dreams. That does anything.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have enough memoria, but... Care about that. Shit. Oh, fuck. Thank God for headphones, man. Again, though, I don't really know about that now. Can I, like, attack it from here? Can I go around? Oh, oh, it knows. It knows. As I know. Oh, shit!
不死身か？
Trying to sneak up on it like it's Liza P or something. Didn't work. Ah! I shouldn't keep moving before it gets back up. I didn't see the indicator, but at least I not that thin.
ショコ、こんなところに。
February 15th. There can be no two ways about it. The family is indeed cursed. All I know. Have mercy. Hope that mercy worked out for you. Fuck more. February 1st. Symptoms at onset are as headache, fever, vertigo, chills, vomiting, seasonal cold. However, it's what? Where? What? Oh. Oh, okay. Five. LB. Eighth. The patient declining suddenly and symptoms are faces remains an expression of constant Duke of Van. That was a reference for you guys. I backtrack a lot. Frontal or back shot.
こっちこっち。こっちだよ、ひなこ。
サクコ？サクコなの？どこ？
The wish to have one's romantic desires fulfilled is as old as humanity itself. Consequently, arts by which people play a sorcerer form an incantation written in me Jugo. After such spells were causing chaos and turmoil, practice was Tempio Hojo. I don't know enough about Japanese history to know if that's true. However, these incantations relate to the practice. Powerful romance. I prioritize stuff that can be offerings over like bandages or shit pushed in for that too. I'm gonna be like, damn, I wish I had a bandage. See, I told you. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Something with the sanity, did I like fuck up? Or, like, is it focus? It's focus, isn't it? Oh fuck, it was right above me. I'm gonna die. Shit, fuck me, man. Wow, everything was going so smoothly, and then I got hit once and just get thrown off. Really ruined my day. Eyes up, I guess. Oh. There's one up on the... Yep. Hello. Again, no indicator. I just like using... I don't care. Oh, cool. Tries don't restore health in this, do they? I don't think so. Cool. I'm so neurotic about save files. I think it was like, I remember specifically it was KOTOR on like Xbox. Like, it was during the trial thing, and like I did something where I like went in an elevator at a midpoint I had already like lost and the game was gonna end, and it's like auto-saved and file like I might have saved there, or I don't remember. The autosave was there too. The point was that I was basically fucked and I had to restart the entire game, and from then on out always saved on new files until there's more files left. Very efficient for storage. I'm disoriented again. I came. Yeah, I did. I definitely did. Okay. I know. I already figured that out.
サクコ、そっちにいるの？サクコ。
On the other Foxmouth. Boss shit happening. Or the survival horror equivalent of a boss. She is wrecking my stamina. Shut up.
ここはダメ。
ひなこ、私を一人ぼっちにして裏切り者。
ごめん。ごめんね。
I need to take something for my sanity, don't I? Or should I not waste it? I don't know. What happens? No, you start taking health damage if you run out. I get it, right?
人は嫌だよ寂しいよ
Fuck off. Okay. Thank God. If it were The Last of Us, I would have had to stand there like holding X or some shit, or triangle. Getting wailed on. Ugh. I'll give up one of them. It's time to get rid of this one. Terrifying. Again. Oh, okay. I'll be right there. I swear. You're my top priority. Oh fuck, should I have restored my sanity before this? Christ. Probably not her weak point. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just pop one of those. You can't do it. Oh, I should have done it before then for sure. God damn it! Is there no indicator anymore? Like, what the fuck's happening? What am I missing? Sakuko? どうして? the grab again. There it is! Oh my god, there was an indicator that time. The lock-on is like imperfect, and I'm putting way too much trust in it. Fuck me. Okay, that's fine. Let me try that again and not use as many healing items.
咲子どうして
I guess I'm gonna use exactly as many healing items. God damn it. Okay, what the fuck? I thought it was right there. It's gonna take like 20 tries, isn't it? Shit! I didn't know she could do it after the second one, too. It's right there, isn't it? Right when it's at the top. No! Oh my god. Fun. I thought I was about to lower the difficulty.
咲子どうして
No, it definitely is there.
何なの
Saw it again. keep doing that way too early, I think. That was way too late. Yeah, this is getting really embarrassing. Fuck me, man. Yes, please just keep it. Don't put me down with that anymore. The lower difficulty.
咲子どうして裏切り者
There we go.
何なの
Okay, fuck this game. I'm just kidding. God damn it.
咲子どうして裏切り者一体何なの
I need to be more aware of the difference between that and the other one that the leap. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Do I go after her? Oh shit. Sanity is getting ravaged. Shit. Thank God I kept some stamina.
しろ。お前は結構じゃない。
Oh my god. Is that it? Oh, thank god. I thought there was gonna be a third stage, I swear. No! Oh my god. Fuck, I hit my ankle. On my piano. That's probably a weird sentence to hear right now. Hey, why didn't you do that before, man?
つきものの分際でここへ踏み入ろうとおるかな。
今のは
君についてきた汚れだろう。もう失せた。安心していい。
I don't believe you. I don't see the credits rolling, so I just don't believe you.
属性に生きる以上、汚れがつくことは仕方がない。
仕方がない. I know that's. It is what it is, basically.
行こう。
Nothing can be done. Or it can't be helped. I don't know. Those aren't literal translations.
この先は神聖な領域だ。私も君も汚れは持ち込めない。ここで汚れを落とす。
Well, there were some hiccups there. But I got through.
さあ、君も。
はい。
I don't like his character design, like, at all. I don't know why. Like, it's not just...
いや。
大丈夫。ただの。 ひなこ、おい、しっかりしろ。
ドジだね。 あんた階段から落ち
Oh,
たんだ
that's
よ。
right. She was going all psycho mode.
腕どうした？
あれ、引っ掛けて破いちゃったのかな。
特にあざはないみたいだな。痛むところはないか？
うん、大丈夫。それはよかった。
She not yeah, okay, she remembers, right? Like, she didn't get a concussion or anything.
どうした？
It's just the,
行こう。時間を無駄にした。
よし。行こう。
私をちゃんと守ってよ。私、ひなこみたいに強くないんだから。
分かってる。俺から離れるな。
okay.
目指すは俺の家だ。裏道から山を越え剣道に出よう。俺が先頭を行く。相棒はしんがりを。
分かった。私はシュウ君の後ろにいるね。真ん中なら安心だし。しんがりは引き受けた。
And I'm alone. Oh, wow. I drew her with giant hairs. That's kind of mean. Oh, was there a shrine? Over there. Yeah, I've already looked all around here. Got cleaned out by that. So wait, where are we going? Oh, yep, hello.
ひなこ、こっちだ。 大丈夫か相棒。化け物につけられてないか。
問題ない。柊君っていつまでひな子のこと相棒って呼ぶの？相棒なんて呼び方小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ。俺は相棒を女扱いしてない。
そうだな。された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ。行くぞ。
Already been up here. I don't think this is. This is my fault. I was way too focused on her trying to kill me. And them talking about where they were going.
相棒、妙な化け物が増えてる気がしないか？
It seems like there's
お前の
way
宇
less
宙
of
戦
them
争だっ
actually.
て妙な宇宙人がどんどん増えてっただろうが。
ひな子って柊君と話すときは男の子みたいな喋り方だよね。
昔の癖が今も抜けないからかな。
俺たちは幼い頃からの
She
付き合い
knows
だ
a
か
lot
らな。
about what things sound like. You can tell from her ears.
だから男女の関係にはならなかったってわけ。
今はそんな話をしてる時じゃないぞ。行こう。
Okay, why is the music playing like really ominous? Shoes house. if I look around. Can I not climb this? Guess not. Tricky. Deceptive. Yeah, fuck off. Juice house. Be right. There and like that lighted looking area. Oh, hello, cool. Oh, awesome. Super cool. Okay, that's not much, but something. Roll smart. Trying to target her so I can smack her from the back of the head. Do a home run. Oh, fuck you again.
何あれやだ気持ち悪い
あいつらまさかあの気持ち悪いので街を飲み込む気なのか。
化け物が多すぎる
迂回しよう。街を突っ切るのは危険すぎる。
私たちの千鶴やどうしてこんな
中学校の方へ向かってそこから山道を登ろう。だいぶ遠回りになるが街は避けられる。
supposed to go back? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my god, do the thing! Oh, okay, fine, fuck you, I hate you. Oh, I'm lost. I'm gonna get killed by a fucking basic ass enemy. Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe I should have just let it kill me.
もう少しだけ持ってくれ。早く手当てしなきゃ。
Oh, lay down. Take it on the chin. Walk it off. You call that greatly. Damn. Oh wait, I have a toolkit, don't I? I can restore the durability. Also, it's kind of, it seems like it's fine right now. Check it out of here before it revives. I just don't see a situation where I will ever need to use that. Like, I don't know. Usually if I, like, run out of stamina, I just take the punishment, I guess. I don't know. Oh god. That's the worst pun in the world. I'm not gonna make it. Just the hay baled. That was it. I made it. I did it. Why? Like something. Son, you better read this and get it through your thick head. Get back to something that happened during the war. One day, some high and mighty military police from out of town got pissed drunk and decided to kick over a statue of Inari-sama, even spat on it. The next morning, all those policemen were found dead in the waterway. Their corpses bloated and heavy as hell. They were already heavy, but now they were heavier. They got carted off to the medical examiner's office so the coroner could take, that place. I was one of the people who helped carry the bodies away and wash them. That doctor put his bellies and opened the whole swamp of stomach-churning gunk came pouring out. I don't mean their guts either. That to name hell. Right up their asses. Those bodies were stuffed full of decomposing rats, birds, frogs, snakes, you name it. Frozen terror on their faces. Yeah. Anyway, moral of the story is that you better never disrespect Inari-sama in any way. Well, that was a great tale. Yeah, uplifting, I would say. Probably, whatever. I'll call it then.
Oh. 新しい武器を見つけなきゃ。
Almost lost my cool. Yeah, okay, I see you. I need to run around and check for shit really fast and get the fuck out of here. Oh, it doesn't fully restore durability anyway. fight it either way. Was it just standing guard? Oh, it totally is. Chocolate, right? I don't have one of these anyway, so I guess I could grab one, see what happens. That's kind of sad. I'm sure it'll be really useful at some point. I really have to pee. And I'm gonna grab another soda. Hold on, I'm gonna put on the history thing. ADHD like.
Successes, but nothing, nothing real.
You know, every time they claim a success, it's essentially just getting back to the point they had been at. And, you know, the point is that none of this lasts for particularly long. I mean, you can look at it on its face and say, oh, well, they held Jerusalem from 1099 to 1187. That's pretty good. But I'm like, girl, is it in the first place? Like, I'm not really sure that, you know, less than 100 years of something really is that excellent. And they're besieged the entire time, and people are losing land constantly. So, you know, it basically begins to collapse the moment they succeed.
There is the one other time they're able to negotiate Jerusalem, which is Frederick, who Eleanor talked about earlier, after he'd been excommunicated by the Pope, finally goes on crusade, and they don't really win any victories, but he negotiates the handover of Jerusalem without any walls or defensive capabilities. So it's kind of an empty gesture. But that's I think the one other time that they actually end a crusade with Jerusalem in some form of Christian control.
And taking this whole story, or like trying to piece together like a grand narrative here, we seem to have sort of a Christian Europe that like doesn't really represent much of a coherent culture to begin with. It's a sort of pseudo barbarian peoples that have found in the Holy Land and in the Middle East an animating force that they could direct like something of like a unified cultural front. They could like and a pressure release valve for the dregs of their society that they could be sent off to in this grand vision, this crusade that will become an animating force that becomes like a cascading series of disasters. But like in the Holy Land, you can create for Christian Europe this kind of weird mirror reflection of itself, that they're like, this is us, they are them, and that's why it's ours.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is, any parallels between now and back then that you can think of?
I mean, yeah, it is interesting because all of this depends entirely on stories that people tell, right? There is just this conception of...
Where was I? Blue? I can't be dealing with flying shit. I don't have a ranged weapon. That was such like that was like isn't that like a typical can sound effect? That was like a Wilhelm scream, it sounded like almost. Like it was like hearing a Wilhelm scream. Fuck you, not you again. Okay, fine. I actually think I'm just gonna go home. Take a nap. I guess. Offering basically.
二人はどこに？
That's me. That's me. I don't like thinking about it. I'm that weird pulsating fleshy ooze thing. There are things in the universe that would see me and be like, ew, creepy.
Hinako! Kotchi!
Oh, here. Okay. go anywhere she's calling me. She seems more likely to kill me than the monster. Oh my god! Oh! Fuck! Wait. Suspicious. Max all chummy with me. What is it, like a merchant? A vendor? Is that what it's? Is that what they're saying? You gotta grease its palms. Oh, oh God, it's worse.
武器が壊れかけてる。もう少しだけ持ってくれ。こんなとこに置いとくなんて。
Defeated. Get out of here before we. My weapon durability, like. Oh, yeah. It's God. Walking out. What about the other thing? I'm not sure which of these is worth more as a thing. I'll get rid of the first. Not really, I like it. some variety in there. Step back, girls. This calls for a real show of man. A hot-blooded baseball samurai steps up to the plate. Okay, is she like a trans man? Like, what the fuck's going on here? There's like all this like undercurrent of like Shu treating her like a boy, and it only goes after boys. It just said that about the monster, and now this like, oh, like what the fuck's happening here? What's the messaging? What is the symbolism here? There's just literally nothing in here. I guess that's pretty common. Closets. Oh my god! What the fuck? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? I can't go that way. How can I go? Around. Wait, I can't? I can't? Okay. No fucking way. How do I get the fuck out of here? Blocked off. It's blocked off. It's blocked off. It's blocked off. Okay. Fuck, and then take a right. No. No. Other way. Up the stairs. Okay, maybe I'll hold on to it for now. Gravity's fine, I think. I'd like to find another Emma.
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。
知らねえよ。
騙せてると思う？ひなこを。
ひなこ、遅かったな。心配したぜ。
心配してなかったよ。相棒なら絶対に大丈夫って言ってた。そうか。ありがとう。
You again. I'm going the right way. I know. like so convinced there's an Emma down. Save. Ow. I won't fight you, father. I just needed to know if there was one down there or not. I needed to know for my sanity. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. Not exactly what I've had in mind. Oh wait. What if I go around the other way? If I run into them either way? Double check over here. Fourth time I've checked over there. Oh, okay.
上の台風で崩落して
そのままになってる。
When did my sanity get so fucking low?
「やめてくれ。そんな話今はしたくない。
やめないよ。シュウ君がしっかりと現実を見るまでやめない。
だからやめてくれ。俺は。
なら言ってあげる。ひな子はね、死んだんだよ。ひな子は向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
相棒、遅かったな。さあ行こうぜ。
Not gonna address that. Not gonna bring up getting pushed off down the stairs. Not gonna bring up that. Kind of just let it linger. My favorite autistic protagonist. Oh shit.
鍵がかかってる。昔はなかったのに。
鍵は学校にあるはずだ。
ちょっと休憩しようよ。
No, 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 no! I wanted to look around the area. Fuck. Okay, maybe I'll be able to go back out. If not, I might reload the save and then skip the cinematic. Oh wait, no, I can't. Then I saved way too long ago. I already looked around there for all that shit. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh.
もうダメ。
There probably
し
wasn't
ば
one.
らく休ませて。
相棒も疲れただろう。休んでてくれ。俺は鍵を探してくる。
分かった。え、シュウ君が一緒じゃないと嫌だよ。心細いよ。
And I don't want to be alone with her.
一緒にいて。ね。
別に俺が一緒じゃなくても。
相棒も少し休め。鍵は私が探す。
そうだよ。シュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから。後からついてくるだけだったひな子の方が余裕あるって。
おい、そんな言い方をするなよ。
私は気にしない。二人とも休んでてくれ。行ってくる。
No! Oh fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay, fuck. I have to cope right now. There was no Emma there. True, I looked around, I checked everything. Wasn't there. That's what happens. White day.
卒業以来だな。
There wasn't a save shrine anywhere. Take the other way. No. Oh, there we go. No, I thought it was one. I'm so mad. You've seen my like, this is like the sixth one you found. You know what it is. Really needs one. Ah, looks like I heard my prayers. Or God who answered them.
ダム建設で一山当てた成金がわざわざここに学校を建てたって聞いたことがある。
Sanity's still wrecked, yeah. 70. I mean, it costs less to just use one of the Ramune, wouldn't it? No, it's divine water that the Ramune does. I haven't used it before. Greatly, so it'll do like half, probably. And then how much are they worth? I think they're like 20, right? Yeah. So it would cost less overall. Oh, that's cool. Try to convince myself I picked one up miraculously. Oh, it's like 2/3. No, maybe a little less. I don't think I need this one. Texture on my pants is really sitting in this chair for like hours, and it's just man. Should be one in, right? Like, this is a perfect place to everybody. The fox's sacrifice is hereby bad. Is what? Oh shit. It's new, right? Know why I'm holding on to a baseball bat. The vice principal is so paranoid with his keys that he always takes them with him whenever he leaves. So it's kind of ironic that he lost his keys to the stairwell. He's looking for them frantically, and he nerve to ask me to help him find a pile of paperwork I have. That was, wow, so much lore.
空っぽか。キーボックスが開かない。鍵がいる。
To all faculty, roll duty. Prevent students from. Please ensure the corridor is locked. Okay, I guess it was important. Wait, what did it say about where he was? In the stairwell, right? Where's his office? Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, why is it a kid? They don't usually make them kids, do they?
どこにいるの？もう十分でしょ？どこなの？携帯。
Buy as much of borrow money if you must, for it will surely bring you great. Shortly thereafter, the construction plan. Mr. Yoneda had purchased a boon. Every last yen he earned on this hometown of Fukuoka. Result of his generosity. Mr. Yoneda donated the enormous one I found earlier. There, that's the only thing I'm thinking about finding those. By the window before I go upstairs. Oh, that's it. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't know I could come up here. Go, 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 go! Oh my god, what are you doing? Fuck, 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 move. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. Go way out the window. hope the key's not outside. Mr. Fuck. Whoa. Definitely up. Has to be it, right? Fuck. I don't want to do that. By our very principal. Won the governor's prize. Vice principal. Was it chrysanthemums? Oh, hey, they're in the garden. So they are outside. Category. If you haven't already, opportunity to acquire the vice principal fruit flower displays. School green. So, out front, I'm assuming. Definitely not that one. The one where the be outside. Over there. Oh, that's a jungle gym, isn't it? Go out there. I'm gonna find the key or something, and then the window's gonna shut, or be able to go back in to that door or something? Or what's going on? Or up there. Jesus Christ, every single time that thing freaks me out a little bit. Okay, I need like a break. I'll be right back. The history.
Let's be completely honest, because one of the huge motivations for all of the Crusaders is they just want to make a quick buck. And a great way to do it is to kind of take over what is essentially the western end of the Silk Roads. We absolutely love to do that, right? Then, you know, you just dress that up in some form of finery and you say, yeah, this is all religious. And I mean, you know, we're absolutely seeing the same sort of ideas in real time now with everything that is happening with Israel. You know, where there is all this, oh yeah, I don't know, something religious? Question mark? Where really it's about, you know, what the West in giant air quotes wants.
Like to have a concept of the West, it's like we need to have the Middle East as well. Like we need to define the West by our relationship to, you know, like of these pseudo-barbarian peoples that have nothing to fucking do with any of the people living or created any of the religions that they're supposedly signing on for.
Exactly. You know, you have to create a hierarchy and you have to have this mirror image of the people who are doing the same thing as you, but it's bad. And then that is what creates the entire concept, first of Christendom and now of whiteness, essentially, which is the new religion, right? In this way. And I laugh, but I'm laughing because I have to cry because...
Well, I mean, you talk about how the Crusades were like the beginnings of like the very first like pseudo or sort of like nascent ideas of like European colonialism. The idea that like everywhere outside of Europe is also the province of Europe, and that Europeans and Christians need to control it and have a sort of sovereign duty and religious mission to accomplish that.
Yeah, absolutely.
To civilize it, like to save it from, the barbarian Saracens, but like who themselves are probably 1,000 times more civilized than the people that were invading them.
God, completely. Yeah. It's all of this also completely hinges on this idea that we still haven't got rid of in the global north, which is that we are in a constant existential battle with Muslims for survival. And I cannot stress how much the Muslims in the Middle East, I don't.
They were in an existential battle with the Mongols.
Yeah, they didn't give a shit, dude.
The West.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They do not care. They do not care about like what the Christians are doing. They don't love that the Christians are showing up and trying to kick them out of Jerusalem.
Yeah, they're all
just
dirty.
Took over.
They don't even wipe their ass.
They're like, I don't know who the fuck you are. Like, you're just the latest group of guys who's taking over things. And it's really similar to Naruto, which, most people who happen to be Muslim are just trying to live their lives. And Christians are just like staying up at night being like, I fucking hate them so much. Oh my God, Iran, what are they about to do? And it's like, Iran doesn't give a fuck, dude. They don't
Iran's
care about you.
They're about to nuke Missouri. If they get a nuclear weapon, they're gonna.
I literally saw a guy from Missouri saying that. Like, I used to laugh at people who were like I grew up in Chicago. People who were like, we're next. Like after New York.
Yeah.
There are Missourians. People told me about Missourians who are like, I think the St. Louis Arch is a big target because it's very symbolic to America.
It's like, I lived in Chicago when September 11th went off, and the way everyone was like, oh man, they're coming for us. And it's like, baby.
Yeah, they would like, imagine if they did it now and they're like, we got the Willis Tower.
We got the bean.
Not the bean.
They blew up the bean.
Oh God.
Oh, no. I think to study this and like really get into the details of it, of the Crusades, is to understand that like it's such a thin veneer of bullshit. This idea that we're all part of one thing fighting them. The lords of the First Crusade hated each other. Like, they were constantly at each other's throats. They were supposed to be over there fighting on behalf of the Byzantine Empire. That lasted like a month before they hated
like
the
the
Byzantines.
Crusades ended with them sacking Constantinople.
Started down the road toward sacking Constantinople and doing unspeakable damage to the Byzantine Empire, much more severe than anything the Turks ever did. And it's just so like we all hate each other here. Like, we're not fighting together some civilizational battle. We fucking hate each other. We all, we're all constantly complaining about each other. It's so obviously bullshit.
And were it not for the Crusades, would be killing each other just in Europe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these people would have been killing people somewhere. It just so happens that they channeled it into this, structure that they built for themselves.
Essentially, the Pope was trying to point everyone in a direction other than at each other for a moment. And they've turned this into a story about civilizational issues, which it just simply isn't real.
Well, I mean, it's like the issues with one civilization in particular that seems to be a problem.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, there's one that
I guess the last figure I want to talk about, because he figures largely in this story, is Saladin. I know we've mentioned him, but like, I mean, like, would you say he's really the all-star? He's the MVP of the Crusades?
It's interesting. I mean, yeah, he comes around, after, obviously, we don't talk about him in the series because, if people like this, we'll eventually get to the Second and Third Crusades and we can talk about Saladin. But he really is sort of the one transcendent figure. I guess you could say Richard the Lionheart comes out also as sort of a transcendent figure, and Saint Louis, who is a much later figure who gets credit for losing 2 crusades and dying of dysentery outside the walls of Tunis, and then is canonized for it. Those are sort of the 3 figures I think that really stand out as the major people. And Saladin gets this kind of pride of place as the noble savage in European consciousness. Like, he's revered among
Europeans, and
Right.
And in your first episode, you reminded me of the fact that I had forgotten that Saladin is in the first level of Dante's Inferno with all the
God, the first Circle of Hell is so funny. It's literally just people that like weren't Christian, and so like everybody who was like alive before Jesus was born like can't go to heaven. So like all the Greek philosophers are just in hell. It's like, and it's like boring hell. It's like not. It's like more like what people think of as like purgatory, where they just kind of like sit around in like this gray, or like Risk Cutters, the movie. It's like a really boring place where they just have to like fucking chill for all eternity. Damn, I wish I'd been born after Jesus. Now I have to spend all my eternity in hell. You can hear like sloshing. Useful stuff over here. There's nothing. Fuck! Wow! I didn't think they were fucking acid spitters. Oh, hell yeah. You're gone, you're out. Oh, cool. Oh, yes, okay, thank you. Move! Oh my god. Oh shit, it's a whole party. Oh fuck, he sees me. No, he doesn't. He didn't see me at all. Oh no, 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 no! Wait, can I go in here? Hello? Alright now, thank you. Bye. Hang out another time. Oh no, 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 no. That actually is a neat little mechanic.
ひな子も苦しんでる。俺には 相棒を放っておくことはできない。
いつまで相棒ごっこ続けるの？もうあなたには相棒なんていないんだよ。
Really, no Emma. Oh, there's gonna be one in here. Desk or something. I bet it's upstairs. His desk. like the school anthem or something. Oh, wait. Jesus. It auto-saved right there. It made me nervous.
Nani?
Fuck. I'm sorry for lying, but I thought that I needed to find out how you... Is that her? Here's... that day when just the two of them, okay? School that day. But I didn't care what the other people thought about it. Yeah. Rough. It's rough, buddy. She should just... kills her. I don't care. Never gets hit. Ears again, isn't it? My god, the fox is all supposed to be making fun of her giant ears. Is she the villain? She killed me in real life. Oh yeah, ring death. I saw her writing down things during class and folding boxes on writing her complaint. Instead of burning them, she... all of those grievances. Damn, is that how she's gonna go out? Getting covered by Gami? sick. Good answer. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, no shit. Ringo. I don't know what that is, like a cake or pie or something. And is it her like origami? Okay. Sweet and tart. Apple, that's tart. I tried to see. totally missing. I'll throw in the pumpkin one. I did just the fruits. This is ridiculous. Earth. I don't get what. Shite. Going. Why not? Just with all of them. Oh wait, maybe I'm not supposed to have any of the things. It's true feelings, wouldn't it? Sucks. I'm basically gonna go through every fucking possibility. Wait.
なんか違うな。
There must be some symbolism here or something. Not the cake, I'll put the cake back. Oh, rotate. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. That explains a whole fucking lot. Jesus Christ. Okay, so one side. Eggplant. Whoa. Tell me how you really feel, Rinko. What is that? Sweet and tart. Also sweet and tart, technically. Cake.
反応なしか。
Cherries aren't really I mean, I guess if like real potato? Still, I don't know what the fuck that. Oh, is it like sashimi? Is that what it's supposed to be?
間違えたか。
Try the other way. Let's see. I would imagine her feelings are that he doesn't share her feelings, right? Isn't... So remember. Oh, yeah. No.
なんか違うな。
Is it not this? I think that would be. I guess maybe it's just the fruit. He just wants the. Oh wait, that's an orange. I thought it was a flower. Okay. Like a tangerine. That would also be. There we go, okay. It was literally just the orange. So you did remember. Feel very special. By the way, are you over Hanako now? Apologize if I sound blunt, but I want to make it clear. That girl is dead. Going through a rough time right now. So much pain. I can be there for you. Still. I can picture it slowly unfolding our hearts, talking about all mundane filling up one thoughts. I know we can. Surely you can see it too. She totally killed me. She killed Hanako. No other possibility. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to stay positive. I'll always be here for you. Sad because of could. The two of us could huddle together. We could save this pain. Surely spring will arrive, welcoming us to Sakaroon. Celebrate our union. Okay. You're totally crazy. You're the beautiful. No. Not like totally sure what cherry blossom. I'm assuming the cherries aren't supposed to be there, actually. Yeah. Dear Shu, I like you. I love you. I always have and I always will. I'll be waiting to hear what you think about it.
ひなこはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい？
お姉ちゃんどこ？
お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。
お姉ちゃん。
天秤にかける価値があるかどうか。しっかりと判断しなさい。
それってどういう？
Can I go back down though? Go to a save point.
庁舎内まで入ってきてる。
Be on the lookout for code too. Seven. Oh, cool. Note to teacher. Ayumi from the box for practice. Still hasn't gotten back. Sit in our locker when she. To be honest, I exhausted after. Wait, in the locker room? Not the one that needs the combination. Hello. Did I miss? Because Oh my god! That was totally a fucking guess from, like, just making numbers out of the name. Owie. That was fucking crazy. I can't believe that worked. Wait, okay. Is there a different locker room? Oh. Wait. Go in there? Or do I go back upstairs? Oh yeah, it's just... Okay, never mind. Icky. Absolutely no idea how that crazy formula spells ICT. Oh, so I was supposed to find all those letters and then, like, figure out that it was a code? That's funny. You can read girl code, right, Yoshi? Sato got— this is so funny. Like, they're just trying to tell me, like, how to do the riddle that I solved, just, like, through intuition. Or puzzle, I guess, not a riddle. God, there's so many fucking clues, what the fuck? Somebody was really satisfied with that puzzle, apparently. Thought it was gonna be throwing everyone for a loop. Haku, row 4, line 2. I'm a tortoise. Bus is calling out to me. Didn't get the news that school would be so far away. Bus, the best thing. I love it so much that in my locker combination. Okay. Fuck, okay, I don't know the... What would you switch U for?
暗号のメモか。まだまだ子供だな。
This is so funny. Okay. This is the finally. I don't know about that. Can I still get out to the save shrine? Oh, whatever. I'm doing it. I don't care. Hello again. Do it. Whoa! 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 Man, looks like I go in there. Just don't stop, do they? Throwing away that first aid kit, probably a big mistake. Still don't have a fucking app. I thought there might be something new there. open this now, can I? No, guess not. No, I got the main. Never mind. Oh, damn. Suga. Turn it up and cry for help. $404. Yes! Oh. Freaking awesome. Okay. That's the one I don't know. Oh, is this for, Oh, okay. Bus. 805? Suga was an over. No, wait. 8. What would you be? Oh. I guess I'll go with it. Yeah. Upper common. You'd be technically. Yes, be. You'll be. Hold on a second. Maybe? I guess I'll just go through them all. Is the 8 wrong? Oh wait, no, I have the wrong one. Yabasakura. Still not right. Weird. Hey, what would a U be? Like, seriously. Was there like an indication of what the U is in the... Oh, no, then you ask. Oh, no. No. 6, it's 6. Okay, fine. I did all that calculating. Okay, now you. What's your deal? He is 7. I just forgot. I feel like I'm gonna find this somewhere later. I feel like I'm missing one. I think I'm gonna get anything else out of that. I don't know. Oh fuck, I'm getting tired. Oh fuck. Oh, can I not go upstairs anymore? Oh, wait. The last room that had all the notes. Okay, it was over across. Oh, cool. Ominous. Oh, okay, cool. This is it. This is good. Now I just have to hope that things don't attack me. Weird? I didn't pick these up earlier because I thought it would trigger them attacking me or something. Okay, cool. Really wanted to be an Emma. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit. I heal. I guess I have a lot of these. Well, you know, more than I usually do. I can get rid of them. The fact that I still haven't found an Emma has me convinced there was one outside that I missed before we came into the school.
私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。柊君が望むなら相棒の役でも悪の女幹部の役でもいいんだよ。
鍵見つけたぞ。
おかえり。面倒をかけたな。相棒も休めよ。俺たち先に休んだから。
休みなよ。私と柊君で寝ずの番をしててあげるから。
いや、私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
おやすみ、ひなこ。
Oh god. Another dream sequence.
でもさ、シュウ君もああいうの好きでしょ。
興味ねえよ。
Whew, okay. As soon as I get to a shrine, I'm gonna call it a night because I am tired as fuck.
魂を奪われた私だ。今度は私が君の魂
What's
を
that? Is it? Oh shit, it's 4.
古き君の命を奪おう。
I don't know, did Shu kill me? That'd be horrible.
無理しなくていい。まだ休んでいるといい。
起きられます。
清めの水が少し強すぎたのかもしれない。君は思った以上に繊細で敏感なようだ。でもよく頑張ったね、ミナコ。さあ、先に進もう。
Why is her sleeve still torn in her dream? Okay, I think it auto saves anyway, but I don't trust it.
先に行って支度をしておく。お。あれをしてくるといい。
はい。
Oh.
では
Seems to always have some god or this is right. Comics. All happily one moment, then turn deadly serious and spout off some weird nonsense then.
この
Burn Emma. It's singular focus. What happens when I pull it? Rabbit? Is that a rabbit? And then there'll be 3 of those in a stack, right? Yeah. Crazy. I am crazy. No, I'm not. Okay. Alright. Good night. I am not gonna do an outro song. I'm literally about to fall asleep. Realize how fucking early it was. Oh, yeah, I see.